Looks like love at first sight to me.
تمام هيك
تمام. اعمل لك ثاني.
بعمل لما اشوف حاجه بعمل بلاقي. فيش فنيات فيش. لا طلع فيه ليه؟ ايش بدك انت تقول؟
رشز
من وين؟
بدي رشز نازحين. انا ابو يوسف انا
طب تروح تعمل؟ عبود والله زمان عنا.
سلم ايديك حبيبي. تسلموا
حبيبي عشان نقول بس. طافي البطارية. من أول يوم لحتى الآن زي ما
الكيبل هذا بقطع.
بس بحاول على الثاني ما الحين ما أفتح من عندي الخط.
خلاص هات كيبل ابو كرم
هاي خلص ها.
وخليه يحول عليه.
بس نقول لهم يحول عليه.
عاطيك على كيبل ابو كرم.
نزار تعال الكابل انت موصله بكابل رول بكتير كهرباء؟ لا روح يضرب لك هو هناك روح اسحبه بلف خذ واحد طالع على الفيل هاي هاي بس على يحيى في الباص يحيى بلال هاي يحيى خذ يحيى من الباص قاعد خلص
اقول لك وين تعال
يا عم اخذوا بكر اخذوا بلال اخذوا بكر خفي خرباصه طب اسحب هذا ماله
Easy peasy, yep, and easy.
ارجع خطوه وتعال على اليمين. طالع. Yeah. Just do the authority. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. كمان كان قبل النص.
يقول لسه ايش وين وديت العيال؟ رفاح اسرع في ناس يعني حصيبهم غير كل الدنيا في حد هناك يعني اخواني وكذا الله يسهل عليكم ان شاء الله ربنا يسلمك ان شاء الله يسلمك
What's your snack pack?
عاملين اكستنشن للسيفل كوريدور.
اسمع اذا انت تعبان من الهبوط ممكن في ستاند
لا 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 كويس لا بالعكس.
لا في له ستاند بخليه يقف لحاله تمام؟
يقول لي مدد قصة الممر الإنساني.
ايه؟
مددين قصة الممر الإنساني.
بيحكوا مش عارف والله انا مش متذكر قالوا من 3 ل 8.
اوكي. ابو عمر عنده خبر من 12.
اسالك اياه؟
ايه؟ لا هو اللي قال لي.
تمام. من 3 ل 8 صح؟
ايش؟
من 3 ل 8؟
من 3 لا ل 24 ساعة. يعني من 3 ل 3. بس بعد هيك اللي بده يعطس في الشمال ولا
I what's your snack pack?
خلاص عجلت الرحيل. ايش كلام؟ لبكره اخر موعد الساعة 3 يعني؟
بكره بدي ارجع غزة.
ليه؟
جبت الوحدة اللي من اخواتي ما بتشغل لحم.
طب ليش ترجع؟ بعد تجي مويد.
ماشي عشان بيعرفوا شو المكان.
فيش حاجه في تليفون بيعرف كل حاجه.
شوف
ما
كيف.
صدقنيش راسي.
حكيت مع قال لي بركب لك اياه بكره.
ممر محلك.
Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
Well, during the last hour, different bombardments have been heard across the Gaza Strip in different areas, including Bethlehem, Rebellion, and even Khan Yunis city, which we are right now covering from. It's important to mention that the situation right now, we are standing in a Nasser medical complex. This is considered to be one of the vital medical complexes inside Khan Yunis town, Khan Yunis city, southern the Gaza Strip. It's quite essential to mention that this city has been recommended to be evacuated to after the different warnings delivered to the residents who are residing in the north and central areas of the Gaza Strip to leave the houses and to move forward to the southern areas of the besieged enclave. Now, the number of displaced Palestinians is really surging as they are having no shelter to stay and to remain in. Let's say the majority of eastern areas inside Khan Yunis town had been threatened to be destroyed, and the majority of people who don't have shelters, capacities had reached its full limitations, and they have no way to survive. They just to be protected inside the medical complex inside the town itself. So now, as you can see right now in the background, and as you can see during the coverage that people are everywhere inside the complex. They are just sitting on the ground, they are talking with each other about what will come next for them, how the future will be for the Gazans generally. It's quite essential also to mention that the medical condition inside the Gaza Strip is witnessing massive deterioration. Like the situation is completely chaotic. It means that the Gaza Strip is shaking and is in the edge of collapse. As humanitarian aids till this current moment have no access to Gazans, and it's quite essential to say that different international demands were delivered to the Israeli authorities to allow for them to provide access and humanitarian aid to the Gazans, which were met by refusal from the Israeli side. Well, this is considered to be the seventh night of bombardment. As night really arrives, the sound of the Israeli drones get much more louder, bring more warnings that you might be the next targets for them. So the majority of Gazans are living in fear, in great despair. They just looking for a very safe place to be in. They don't want to lose any of their beloved ones. They want to get out from this escalation safe as much as possible, despite the great losses in preparations. Like we're talking about 10,000 houses were completely destroyed due to the Israeli strikes. And also mention that Gaza Strip right now has no electricity. Like a few number of hospitals are conducting its medical operations by investing and saving every single effort in the electric field in order to be able to complete serving patients. They are now without Palestinians inside the Gaza Strip. They are now without enough supplies of food, without enough supplies of electricity, and even have no access to travel abroad or even to evacuate more, simply because both of the Gaza Strip borders and both sides were shuttered by both authorities.
مع يحيى في المصدر، رن عليه خليه يجي عندك البطارية. خلص صار بجيبها بس تبغى الفرمان. ابعث لي يحيى انت انا الحين برن عليه خليه يجي برن عليه ابعث لي بعطيك مرتاح نظار مو فيش عندي. يلا ماشي.
I'm sorry, winning.
Gotta play to win.
خلص يعني السيارة جمع لها تست ابو يوسف هي اللي عند الجيش.
وين كابل وسام الباقي جايها؟
هي
عليه بدك تعطيني صور.
طب هذا القمر. أسدي هاي كل قصة.
We gon' see if we can't come up with a verdict up in here.
خلاص هاي.
قال لي ابو يوسف ايش قال لك؟ انا بدي شغلها. كان قلت كان خلاص انا حليت. خلاص حلونا؟ الو
حولت له اياها اس دي ثانيين.
هاي اس دي يلا. هاي اس دي يلا.
الو حولت له اياها اس دي.
كالي
الهواء؟ ترجع؟
ايه؟ لا يمكن الصبح ارجع.
يعني على الساعة كام؟
يجي على 7.
حكيت لمحمود؟
لازم.
This is the United States of America, damn it. This is the United States of America, damn it.
ابعد يا عم يا عم ابعد يا عم يا عم تعال هيك تعال هيك
ما يهدأ
من وين جايين يا عم انتم؟ وين جايين؟
We gon' see if we can come up with a verdict up in here. I do that?
I'm sorry, winning.
I thought I was your snack pack.
Hi. Hi.
Hey, hey, hey.
You think it's a fucking game? Come on!
That is one big pile of shit.
I have exorcised the demons.
Meow.
It's gotta be biblical.
pays for this? Do I talk to the police department? How does this work?
Talk to George Soros. He's the one that started all of this bullshit. George Soros.
Fatality. We begin with protesters erupting across the Middle East now. They are filling the streets of cities all over the globe as well. Former leader of Hamas, the terrorist, put out his own call, an all call for people to support those killed in a day of jihad. He said he wants all of those Hamas terrorists to know that they are supported. He's asked that they protest all over the world, and then anything they can do on their own. Not really sure yet what that could be, but the world is tightening its security. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Israel has offered Palestinians a way out before they move in and invade Gaza and hunt down the monsters who attack them. Reports, though, that Hamas is telling those more than 1.1 million civilians, their own people, the Palestinians, not to evacuate northern Gaza and get to safety. Don't do that, which puts them critically in the middle to die. Secretary of State Antony Blinken overwhelmed after seeing the images of the brutality by Hamas that sparked the war. Images so horrific, too horrific for us to show.
It's beyond what anyone would ever want to imagine, much less actually see an infant riddled with bullets, soldiers beheaded, young people burned alive in their cars or in their hideaway rooms. It almost defies comprehension.
Hamas terrorists are still hiding in the areas of southern Israel after the music festival massacre. Our own Trey Yinks was at the site during the dramatic and dangerous incident, breaking out while he was there. Watch this.
You can see the soldiers. Get down, lay down flat. Lay down totally flat. You can see things are very tense here. There were 2 gunshots, and now they have someone on the ground.
Go back right now.
Very tense right now as these soldiers appear to be arresting a Palestinian man. They have him in handcuffs right now, and you can see they've blindfolded him, and they are taking him away. You can see here they're leading him away. They've blindfolded this man, and it appears they have captured yet another militant who entered from the Gaza Strip. It gives you a sense of just how unpredictable all of this is. They don't know where people are hiding.
All right, I just want to take a moment there to slow down a bit. That was yesterday with Trey Yinks doing important journalism. And he talked about the pop-up nature, the unexpected nature. They are now going into areas that they believe to be pretty much cleared of terrorists because it's been several days since they were in that area killing people from the sky, dropping by parachutes. It's just like the kibbutz that he was in, Berry Kibbutz, that he was in a couple of days ago. They think those areas are cleared. They're finding all of the bodies of the family members, so on and so forth. But as you can see, not all of them leave. And that could be part of the plan. You continue to draw in the Israeli forces, and we've had generals on this very show say this. Is there a plan B with these terrorists? Why would they tell their own people to ignore the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, telling their people, get out of the way, we're moving in, giving them a healthy heads up, and showing them the corridor to evacuate the area that they want to concentrate on? Why would Hamas tell its own people to ignore that? Why would a few stay behind? To kill more? And so you see our reporter there, Trey Yinks, in the middle of all of that. And it continues to happen from place to place. Remember, more than 30 places where these thirsty monsters permeated the wall, permeated into the areas across Gaza, across that border to kill Israelis. So they have a lot of areas to clear. We call it softening the ground from above with those flights, or rather with those rockets from Israeli forces. But then they have to soften the ground on the ground too, and look at what they're running into. Great reporting by Trey. God bless you, and please wear a helmet. Team coverage of all of it. Former National Security Advisor Ambassador Robert O'Brien in focus. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson on the plan of action for Americans who now are trying to get out of Israel. First, I do want to go straight to Trey Yingst in southern Israel with the very latest on the ground. And Trey, you heard my admonition, wear a helmet at all times now when you're roaming with them. That video was unreal. God bless you, my friend.
Harris, thank you and good morning. We've got some new reporting for you this morning. I spoke with a diplomatic source who indicated Hamas, the group in control of the Gaza Strip, is preventing civilians from leaving their homes when they are warned about an Israeli airstrike on the horizon. The Israelis have a way to text people inside Gaza before they strike a house, telling people to get out. This source indicated to me, a well-placed source, that inside Gaza, they are preventing civilians from leaving those homes. I checked with someone in Gaza City who confirmed the information and then went to Hamas, the group in control of the Strip, and I posed this very question to them. Take a listen.
This is absolutely wrong. This is not our decision. This is not our policies. And it is also technically and logistically impossible. How can you prevent 1.1 million Palestinians from leaving their houses or homes from site to site if they want to do it? This is impossible.
I also pressed this official on the civilian casualties in southern Israel, and he wouldn't comment on them, and then tried to explain that this was not the mission of Hamas fighters. So clearly, some of these top officials will lie about what's taken place on the ground. But it's a significant development, and it is a separate development from the news that we learned about overnight. The Israelis warning all of the Gazans, all of the Palestinians in the northern part of the Strip, they must evacuate over the next 24 hours because it appears they're laying the groundwork for a ground operation to be conducted by the Israelis. Now, we've been looking at the scenes and the images all along the Israel-Gaza border for the past week, and you talked about that music festival. We went there yesterday, and you saw while we were there, soldiers actually caught a Hamas militant who was either hiding in that area or he recently infiltrated. I do want to show you what the scene looked like there at the site of that massacre. You can see here in the parking lot of this festival a motorcycle that was used by Hamas militants when they entered from the Gaza Strip into southern Israel. The cars here are filled with things you would bring to stay over. Shoes and bags, hairbrushes and makeup. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion, and it turned into a nightmare for so many. More than 260 people were gunned down here before those militants went on to the next village, slaughtering women and children.
We're gonna bring all the warriors of Israel to pass through this festival that was supposed to be love and music. They're gonna pass through here. They're gonna see the massacre. They will know what they're fighting for. We're taking now the cameras from all the cars, and we will see with faces everyone that was part of this massacre. We will reach to him. He will be dead.
That was Daniel Hagari, the spokesman for the IDF. You could see the pain in his eyes. You could hear it in his voice. They are bringing the fight back to Hamas. That group continues to fire rockets into southern, central, and even northern Israel today, targeting the city of Haifa. I do want to show you the scene quickly here, Harris, of a rocket impact in the southern city of Ashkelon, very close to the Gaza border. Sits just in between the two. You can see a direct hit slamming into the side of this building, debris everywhere. And this is not an area that doesn't have civilians in it. There are people on balconies around here. The sun is going down now. People are starting to mark the day of Shabbat, the Sabbath, when observant Jews stop using technology. And I can tell you we've learned something from Israeli officials, that because of the war declaration, Israel will have a special radio station to inform those who are observing the Sabbath, and they will not be able to get air alerts or rocket sirens. So this radio station will give them that critical information, and they're going to keep it on throughout the entire weekend until the sun goes down on Saturday. An important way to inform many of the people here in the Jewish state about what's taking place with this ongoing war. Harris?
Trey, you talk about that Sabbath. I have been communicating with people inside Israel. I will not be using any names or whereabouts for those people, but 5:40 is when they'll mark that. So they are in Sabbath now, which is 10:40 a.m. our time, at 11, almost 10 after 11 now, We are firmly in Sabbath. And what that means is we're already starting to see, and I'd love to get your take on this, some changes. Some of the airlines, El Al, one of them, is planning to fly on Sabbath. They've never done that before in the history of the airline. They're trying to get people out. It is remarkable how they both balance their faith along with what they know they need to do. And there will be exceptions made. We're already hearing, as I just gave you one. What are you hearing on the ground?
Absolutely. This morning we went to a hospital in the city of Beersheba where we interviewed a police officer who responded to that shooting at the festival, and we talked to his entire unit that was there supporting him along with his wife and got his heroic story of how they rushed into the gunfire. While we were there with the police spokesman, a guy named Dean that I know very well as a source here in Israel, he is an observant Jew, and I said to him, I will talk to you after the Sabbath. Thank you again for all of your help this week. And he said, Achi, which is bro in Hebrew. He said, Achi, we're at war, which meant he'll have his phone, he'll be ready to give out information to the press, because they simply cannot operate as they normally do here in Israel. The country is bracing not just for war from Gaza, but also from Lebanon. We do know there was an incident today on the northern border. We're trying to collect more information for you, and we will have that later today, likely in the next hour. But the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah is continuing to try to get involved in this fight. So Israel's not just facing a war from Gaza and rocket fire from groups like Islamic Jihad and Hamas, but also from Lebanon, an Iranian-backed group that has precision-guided missiles. And if they get fully involved in this conflict, Harris, I can tell you Israel does not have the air defense systems to handle that kind of fire.
You know, the mayor of Ashkelon, where you are now, I had read, had quite a bit to say about telling the military to hurry up. You're talking about what's hitting that city. Now you're getting farther and farther away from where we know there were some concentrated hits on those kibbutzes rather. And as you move farther into Israel, you're right, from Lebanon, they'll be able to hit targets. From what I've seen and from what we saw in last hour on America's Newsroom, maybe as far as Jerusalem and Tel Aviv.
Yeah, absolutely. They are firing on a variety of cities. I want to see if my cameraman can pan up here and get this helicopter. There are a variety of attack helicopters that are going back and forth from the Gaza Strip, and I'm going to see if he can get this here on camera. We've heard loud explosions here near to the Gaza border throughout the day. Even earlier on America's Newsroom, we showed you what that rocket looked like, a big piece of shrapnel after being intercepted by Israel's missile defense system. These helicopters going back and forth, and occasionally you'll see them fire off flares. And they're doing that because the groups inside Gaza have anti-aircraft missiles. They have fired on a variety of aircraft, including the fighter jets that are going over Gaza, since this began on Saturday morning. And I remember about 24 hours into this conflict, we got a note from the IDF, and they said that 4 attack helicopters actually were hit by anti-aircraft fire. They were able to return to base. None of the soldiers were injured. But this is part of the reason they'll go into the Gaza Strip. They'll fire on the targets that have been located normally by drones or by Israeli intelligence, and then they'll fly back into the area right now where you're seeing this one fly, and they'll wait for their next orders. But it's a very active zone. The explosions happen in the distance, the airstrikes, the targeting of different rocket launching units, and the Israelis say more than 6,000 bombs have been dropped on Gaza. We should talk about that side of the border. We have talked with civilians inside Gaza today and also Palestinian journalists. You can hear that explosion in the distance. They say it's a scene of chaos inside Gaza City. There is a hospital called Al-Shifa Hospital in the center part of Gaza, and it is overflowing. The morgue is overflowing. Additionally, there are thousands of injured patients. Many civilians have gone there waiting for assistance. But the Israelis simply say they are not going to allow aid into Gaza, despite the civilian death toll rising. There are also videos of neighborhoods completely leveled. And we should note there are ongoing conversations and reports today about the possibility of the border with Egypt opening to maybe allow some aid in, allow some at least foreign citizens out. But it's a dynamic, fluid situation, and the updates are coming in by the hour. Harris?
So, Trey, we haven't heard very much about the hostages. Just here recently, we're hoping for updates. We do know that there is a meeting that is scheduled for today. And a couple of the parents of one young man who was hostage yesterday were on with me this week. And what those parents were saying about the meeting was that this was their opportunity to find out how exactly they were going to negotiate, if there were any negotiations going on. And when you mentioned no aid, no electricity, I mean, they shut the grids down between Israel and Hamas at this point. They have told them, look, all of that stays off until they get to the hostages. I mean, they've got to release those more than 150. And so it's a standoff on that issue at this point. But I saw a huge Israel flag when your photographer pulled out. I saw lights on. I don't know how many people are still in these areas. But again, the Ashkelon mayor earlier was saying they need help already. And you have shown us today the damage of the building you're standing in front of. I mean, those are normally pretty occupied areas by tenants, by residents. Trey Yingst, always great reporting. I appreciate it. We'll come back to you as the news warrants. You gave us so much good information and detail there. Appreciate it. You took it all over the country. Thank you.
At this time, if it was the actual bullet or the glass from the suspect shooting into.
This week, like every week for the last 248 years, our Navy is standing the watch. In times of peace and war,
it can be found in and on the sea, the air, space, and in the cyber realm.
so that our citizens and global citizens who are committed to following the rules-based international order have the chance to live free.
We are as critical to our nation today as we were on October 13th, 1775, and we can all be proud and honored to serve alongside the greatest sailors the world has ever known.
Let's keep our underway shipmates top of mind now as always, and may we continue to deliver on the profound trust our nation has put in us to keep it safe.
I just remembered, man, I got some hash.
marijuana?
Yeah!
Smoke weed every day.
Howdy-ho! Afternoon, everybody. Being here. Appreciate you having a great day. It's warm in here. There's a fresh gram of water hash, fire water OG. Pretty tasty. It's a tier 2, but it's hitting and tasting like a tier 1. It is the water hash, so it's gonna taste good. I mean, check this. Oh. Firewood and key lime is the lineage. Key limeade and firewood. Coming in at 72.4%. I'm only vaping at 431, pretty low. That flavor, baby. So cold, yeah. Probably might be worth more in its weight in gold, I'm not sure. How much is a gram of gold? It's worth more than a gram of gold, I think, actually. Gram of gold, $61.92. This definitely costs more than that with tax. We got New York and San Fran, I guess, still doing their thing. Is New York still light outside? I guess so. What? I have drug tests. Oh. Oh, damn. I probably don't even see water hash like that in Sweden. Sorry to say it, man, but weed in Europe kind of sucks. Weed in Europe bro.
Me tug dog, yeah.
It's like getting weed in Mexico.
Okay.
I've bought at the Danube Canal in Vienna. I used to, well, I lived in Vienna for half a year, off and on, half a year total. So I went to the Danube Canal a lot. There was some other little area I would go, I forget the name of that area, but it was always Africans or, not Albanians. They like to call themselves something else. I forget what it is now. What I have to look. It has the Kurds and it has something else, right? Like what? Kosovoans. That's what they were calling themselves. Kosovoans. They're like, we're not Albanians, we're Kosovoans. Area. Yeah, a lot of immigrants there selling weed. Yeah. Colored immigrants at that. Actually, I did the best weed I got in Vienna was from white people. I don't know if they're white or not, but they look whiter than the Kosovoan and the Africans. But an Italian dude had the best, and a Georgian dude's was, it might have been close or tying with it. Georgia. He also had the acid. And they were buying Bitcoin even back then. That was 2013, and they were already playing with Bitcoin and playing with Silk Road. That was back when Silk Road was new. That's where the acid came from. They gave me and my girlfriend a hit. She fucking freaked out that night, dude. It was pretty much the end of our relationship. I thought she was gonna get me arrested, dude. First time doing it, she was on psychotic meds, and it didn't jive right. Very lucky that her panic that her uncle couldn't hear us. We were in a very old castle, though. Her parents were like servants for it. They got paid, but the aristocratic owners, they didn't live there. They lived in the downtown Vienna. I've been to their house even to some party. It was a trip. Lots of cheese and wine. Fancy, so fancy. This dude had a rock collection. It looked like a fucking museum. It was insane. It was all categorized in boxes and stacks. And when I say look like a museum, I'm talking about look like the fucking Smithsonian, dude. I don't know how he had that many rocks, man. Apparently his dad would travel the world collecting rocks, picking them up and collecting them and archiving them. It was just, I took so many pictures of rocks, dude. It was these special books that are made just for putting rocks in. It was just stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks. And all around the castle were dead animal heads hanging everywhere, dude. Like, that place was a trip. And they hardly ever even used it, man. And it's not a castle like you would think a castle, like with the arch, like people with archery off the top or something, like the slits, and it did have like somewhat of a moat around it, but it wasn't like a real I moved the moat, but I don't even know if it had water in it. I can't remember. I don't think it had any water. It was just a ditch at that point. Castles are different out there in Vienna. It was yellow. It wasn't gray like you would think a castle would look. But it had like a servant area to live. I think is what made it more, made it a castle. Separate servant living quarters, full of like multiple bedrooms, and that's where they lived. It was an interesting experience and all that, man. Like, goodness, like, cause that was history. At one point, a very rich person lived there. And I got to tour around it upstairs. Everything was, like I said, I was looking at the rocks and shit. That was cool. The whole thing was such an experience. Now I just sit here every day. Hey, I'm here if you need me. But the weed there sucks. That's the only thing, dude. It's so stressful getting weed out there because it's hard to get and then it sucks. I got some that wasn't flushed right once, so it kept burning black. You know, it wasn't graying out. The ashes were always black. But and the hash I got out there was like Tootsie Roll hash, old school, from Morocco. From a Moroccan. Oh, they have oil in Amsterdam. Oh. They have mushrooms there too, huh? So far away from Vienna. Whoa. I need some water. One thing that's nice about Vienna, being an English speaker, a lot of the words there sound so familiar to English that, like, you can just be like, if you're there long enough, you can hear certain words and catch on to like certain words in people's sentences. I don't know if Amsterdam is like that. They speak some sort of like Norwegian shit, right? And it's like nothing like English. Because English is a Germanic language, a lot of the words sound almost identical, spelled weird in German. But one thing about Vienna, though, is it's such a bowl of a culture, meaning there are so many different languages there, it's a little overwhelming. You don't know German, actually, I don't, so it kind of fucked me up a little bit, man. Culture shock. I got culture shock. I had to go sit down. I was at the mall. It was like an outlet mall that people would travel to from all the way from Russia. It was wild. There were so many different cultures there. We had to drive like an hour away from Vienna to get to it. But it was just store after store after store after store after store, and like I got a bunch of stuff there, like my red hoodie I've worn on stream before. I think that's the only thing I've had on stream that I got from there, but. I had to sit down here. It was like, whoa, there's too many different languages. Y'all freaking me out. None of them were English. That was the problem. Like, And my girl was talking to her parents in Romanian while we were with them. I'm just kind of just like, I don't know, dude. It's weird. It's an interesting situation. I can't even imagine being like here, walking around by yourself as an American or as a non-Arabic. This guy where they're staying, I don't know if y'all heard it yesterday, but he was on the phone with Israel freaking out. It was either Israel or some sort of Palestinian officials, because he was freaking out saying that he has somebody that's ill and they can't move him or something. And what do they do? They were speaking in English though, because that's why I think they were speaking to Israel, because they don't know Hebrew, so they had to speak in English for them to get them to talk. Oh, yeah, and earlier, I timed a couple people out for, like, making light of journalists being killed for whatever reason. I don't know, it wasn't cool. Making light, and even more, like, saying good riddance. Fucked up, man. I mean, assuming that they're giving away Israeli positioning or something. Fuck, man. They're showing the news, man. They're probably live streaming it or about to, or who knows. I don't know. But to think that, oh, we can't have news now because it'll give away the position of the soldiers. What the fuck is that? They're at the front line. People know where they're at by now. The word of mouth's already told people. I don't know where he was getting that information from. Like it was out his ass. I don't know when it's up. I don't think anybody knows when it's up, dude. Why is there a Ukraine flag down there? On the stage. Raised up above everybody else. Ukraine, Ukraine, whatever you say Ukraine will do. Whatever you say we'll do. What do you think we should do, Ukraine? Tell the Jews what to do. Tell us all what to do. Why were we doing what Ukraine told us to do a long time ago, yo? It's gotten them pretty far. Get Ukraine off the fucking stage. Nobody wants to listen to them. I don't. I would, if I was there, I'd be like, boo! Get her off of the stage. They'd probably kick my ass. And Teeth would come out of the bushes and start beating me up. For sure. And Tifa likes war. it's such a weird thing. No, actually, it would be the righties that would come beat me up, not right wing. Everyone really likes to support Israel, but not Ukraine. So they would be torn right there, wouldn't they? Oh, dude. An hour ago? Nah, they're not done yet. Get till midnight at least, don't they? Oh, really? An hour ago? Maybe. No, but probably till the morning, dude, right? Because they didn't tell people at midnight. They didn't tell the people at midnight. They told the people this morning that they have 24 hours. I bet that's it. You saw it? It says 1 a.m. on the pamphlet. Did that give them 24 hours to actually move? Or to actually... Seemed like it gave them 24 hours, man. They can see your comments on Twitch, by the way. Nobody has talked there all day today, now that I've done that, though. Weird. Sister T says some shit about me liking Mr. Pink, and she'll go now. And I haven't seen her since. I don't know what the hell that was all about. Said she didn't want to mess anything up between me and her. Like, what? Are all of you crazy? All of you crazy? Oh, it's so tasty, dude. I ate some jerky. I have some really salty jerky that I eat when I'm just trying to like get some substance and don't feel like anything. I ate some of that. It's so salty. I want to be thirsty all day now. I feel like I'm at a desert. Oh. You don't have what it takes, Boa. I'm sorry. Oh. This is a news update. I don't seem to be doing much down here. Dude, look at this pro-Palestinian one that was in Baghdad, though. Tens of thousands, so multiple tens. The dude's like, what are you doing? That wasn't the plan. And you see him, he's like, why? No one gave you for that. damn it. What if they just like went to Jerusalem right now? They started all driving. The ladies in the passenger seat going la 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 la. All of them doing that in unison. A sight to behold. I checked it out. He's like intentionally stepping on this paper down there because it's like really loud and crumbly. And he didn't want to get off of it. Like, no, my paper. My crumble toy. Oh. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. I got into the hospital. Their audio? Ah, stupid. Alright, I'm tired of looking at those people. They're uneventful as shit. People here. Those people sucked, man. San Francisco and New York is boring. Getting dizzy watching that thing go in circles. Uh-oh, the Israeli Defense Forces talking.
As of now, I would like to say that
Oh shit. What are we talking about?
How
What are we talking
1 week into Israel's war with Gaza. And what I would want to try to do here is to give you a weekly summary of what Israel is facing, how this all started almost a week. Saturday, October 7th, around 6:30 p.m. in southern Israel. What has happened since then, where we are now, and where this is going. I cannot believe that I'll be able to cover everything, and there will be details that may not be in this summary, but what I'll try to do is to go through the main events, the key timeline here that has brought us to this situation that we are in today. I'm happy that you're following us, and I really encourage you, if you enjoy our content, we will do our best to provide more content like this and even better content. If you like, You know what to do. Subscribe, share with your friends. And if you have comments, we do answer the comments.
That's
if they're serious
weird, being
and
asked to
professional,
subscribe
we do
and
take our
share
time
by
and
the
answer.
Israeli
If you have questions about
Defense,
topics that you've heard in the
the
media,
Israeli
and you want
Defense
me or any of
Forces
the other
YouTube channel. This is official. It's like, I don't know, the army, the American army asking asking international citizens to like and sub to their United States Army channel. Is that a thing? I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Israeli spokespeople to speak about, write it, and we will take that into consideration. So we are 1 week into our war with Hamas, a war that we neither wanted or initiated, a war that was forced upon Israel by a brutal attack on Israeli soil that resulted in more than 1,300 dead Israelis and so far more than 3,000 wounded. These are unprecedented numbers in our history. Never before in the history of the state of Israel have so many Israelis been killed on one single day. And in order to find a comparison, unfortunately, we have to go back to the dark days of the Holocaust to find any other day in Jewish history when so many Jews were murdered. And it was a massacre. In many communities in southern Israel, the communities around the Gaza Strip, which I'll show you shortly and you'll be able to see on the map. We'll go into detail and I will show you the places. The only word that can describe it was massacre. Israelis were butchered, they were tortured, their corpses were mutilated, they were executed in their homes, either by bullets or by shots or by knives or by other instruments. They were burnt in their houses or suffocated alive, and then their bodies were mutilated. Hamas also took hostages. Not only did they kill 1,300 Israelis, but they have taken more than 100 Israelis hostage, and we are now still in the process of collecting the information and understanding and accounting for all of the lives that have been lost. Out of the 1,300, we've been able to account for more than 1,000. There is still a big puzzle to understand who is dead, who is missing, and who is presumed to be held by Hamas as hostage. A word about the hostages. Who are they? There was a music festival that was held. If I zoom in on the map here, I'm sure that you're all familiar with the map of the state of Israel, and here is the area of Gaza that you can see here now. There was a music festival near a community called Re'im, here in the central southern area. I'll zoom in slowly. You see Re'im here. So in this area close to Re'im, you can see the border with Gaza here, and then this Israeli community, and the area here where there was a big music festival. We found the bodies of 260 Israelis there, most of them young Israelis in their 20s, who went to a music rave to celebrate the beautiful things in life that young people enjoy. They were there celebrating, and they were executed. Women were raped, men and women's bodies were mutilated, and many were taken hostage from that very occasion. Other areas that you may have heard about since this has been going on for a week, may be this community, Be'eri, which was simply decimated by Hamas terrorists who went in. They targeted this location and they targeted the other villages. There was no issue here that maybe the terrorists were looking for soldiers and they wanted to. No, they did indeed kill soldiers as well, and there was fighting between soldiers and terrorists. That's another thing. But after that fighting was done, the terrorists made their way to their primary goal, which were Israeli communities. Be'eri was one such target. This beautiful kibbutz, I'll zoom in on it and you'll see how lush, green, and well kept it once was. was home to about 1,000 Israelis. More than 100 of the people who used to live in Be'eri are now dead, and many are missing or confirmed as hostages at the hands of Hamas. Same story, unfortunately, goes for another Israeli community, Kfar Aza, which I'll zoom in on now. You'll see how close it is to the Gaza border. Kfar Aza here, the kibbutz, and then the Gaza border here. Now, a common denominator of both Kfar Aza, Saad, which is next to it, Nachal Oz, Be'eri, Alumim, many of these communities, they're kibbutzim, and the people who live in them are people that are gentle, they're humane, they have friends of old times in Gaza, especially the older generation. They care for the civilian population of Gaza, and they even employ Gazans who work in the fields and in the factories around in the area, because up until Saturday, the 7th of October, there used to be Palestinian workers who used to go out of this crossing here, the Erez crossing that you can see. This is the only pedestrian crossing between Gaza and Israel. You can see that there's a military structure there, and this is where they used to come in and out. So workers used to come out, about 20,000 every day.
Oh yeah, I see it, dude. These people are like slave owners in a way. Look at how these people are living, man. They can barely survive. They're fucking living off donations and shit. They're going to food banks. They are in poverty. The worse poverty than our worst poverty. You know? So, and then you got this that's like 3 miles away from your prison. That's how far these communities are, like 4 miles maybe, roughly. So, and that's why they were working there probably, because it was close to, they didn't have to travel far. These people don't have cars, dude, you know, like, so 4 miles, they get there and they can't even walk to work. I don't know. But he's thinking, look at how we're doing for you. They probably weren't making shit working there, dude. They were probably almost slave laboring them.
In order to provide money and salaries for workers from Gaza, for them to take it back into Gaza and provide for their families.
Right.
The first target of the Hamas terrorists.
They were so fucking sweet to do that, to take advantage of those people like that, to give them work, weren't they? Weren't they fucking so sweet? It's like how our farmers are so sweet to hire migrant workers so that they can get cheaper labor. Does that make them sweet? No, they're trying to get a good fucking deal so that they can sell their produce for more and get more money for it in the long run, because they can pay less for the wages they're putting out. Like, it's not about being a sweet asshole. Your people weren't like generous for the shit. They were trying to get up on it, and guess what happened? They got fucked, dude, actually, because I don't know, maybe they weren't being nice enough to the people. I'm not blaming them for it, but they're not completely hands clean at this moment. The way these people are living on this side compared to how people are living on the inside of Gaza, dude. He's like, he even said it. Look how lush and green it is. Look, have you seen Gaza, dude? The only lush and green parts they got that are like that are like reserve areas. Like, they don't have any lush and green parts where they actually live. That's where these people were living, though. They lived in a paradise in comparison. You don't think the other people want to live in a paradise too?
Area where they breached out from was this same crossing. The same crossing that is a humanitarian crossing, where civilians are allowed out from Gaza into Israel for medical care, to meet relatives, and for other issues. And international organizations use this crossing to get in and out of Gaza from Israel. That was the first target of Hamas. I think that again symbolizes the
same as they're fed up
of what Hamas did and how they thought. So that's how it started. We started with Hamas attacking Israeli civilians and butchering our civilians and killing soldiers. Since then, what Israel
Plus,
did...
a lot of those civilians either were or are soldiers that used to get called up, or might have been called up now. The ones that survived, some of them might have been called up that were in that crowd. You know, so they're not... they're not seen as completely innocent either. Anybody that was in the IDF is the enemy of these people. Oh, and if you're infidel, but especially if you're an IDF infidel.
Was for about 2 days, even a little bit more than 2 days, to regain control over southern Israel. This entire area here, because we had terrorists who were able to get very far from the Gaza Strip. There were terrorists that got to various locations. They got to Ofakim, of course to Sderot. They got close to Ashkelon, all of the communities around here, the area of Kerem Shalom, Cholit, and Sufa here in the south. Many of these communities were attacked, and it took us 2 days of fighting to finally clear the area and to regain control over our territory. We've since done that. We have plugged shut the border and made sure to reinforce the fence, which was breached by Hamas in multiple locations. Now that's closed, and the border between Israel and Gaza is defended and held shut by the IDF. That also took a lot of work in doing. We have mobilized 360,000 reserves, which is a very large force compared to the total strength of the IDF. We did that in less than 48 hours. That's the fastest mobilization of Israeli troops ever in our history. They are now deployed in all of the areas around the Gaza Strip. So I'll tilt the map a bit, and you can see that we have the Gaza Strip here in the north, all the way to the south, Egypt here, and this here is Israel. And we now have Israeli troops all over this area. Ground forces, infantry, artillery, armor, combat engineers, and many other troops that are in the south, in their tanks and APCs and their artillery guns facing Gaza and getting ready for the next stage of our operations. I don't know, or actually I don't want to say when and what will come, but I can only say that we've mobilized lots of reserves and we are preparing for the next stage of our operation. Very relevant to that. This is the Gaza Strip. The biggest center is Gaza City. This is where about 1 million people live in this area here. And there's 2 other bigger cities, Khan Yunis and Rafah. But Gaza City is the place where most people live. This is where most people live. What we have done is to tell the Gazan civilians, if you want to have a bigger chance of surviving, and if you care about your safety, vacate yourself from the northern part of the Gaza Strip down to a place called the Gaza River, which is approximately here. Go down south, heed our warnings, and return to the north only when we tell you that it is safe to do. We do that because we do not want civilians in the combat area, and we want to minimize the risk for civilian casualties. That is because we fight according to our morals and because the civilians in Gaza are not our enemies, and it wouldn't serve anything good to have civilians in harm's way. That's why we're asking them to vacate the area. Sadly, cynically, these same civilians are being told by Hamas, that governs the Gaza Strip still, not to vacate, not to leave their homes, and to stay in the area. Now, why would Hamas do that, if not only to cause more casualties and to bring more suffering and death to civilians in Gaza? Hamas is responsible for everything that happens in the Gaza Strip.
Dude, what do you think would happen if they just leveled it for real? They just leveled it. Do you think all this Muslim countries would just at once just level Jerusalem? Would they take Israel back? They'd be like, that's fucking it! And they would all of them, just because they're already surrounding them. They would just, all they had to do is go forward.
We didn't start this war. We didn't want it. But once it was forced upon us, we will launch this campaign. We will continue with our war until Hamas...
they can definitely take Gaza. There's no doubt about that, because there's not enough people there, and they have all them tanks that rolled in this morning that we were seeing, and everything else, everything, you know. But if they I don't know, man. What if they take Gaza and then they start getting greedy with it, and they're like, yeah, now we're gonna keep some people here or something, you know what I mean? Now we're gonna be new sheriff in town, huh? Some kind of apartheid like shit. I don't even know what that means, but you know, in the English ruled Africa, all of a sudden they're rolling up in there again. That could happen too.
Has no more military capabilities until Hamas will not have the ability to threaten even a single Israeli civilian ever again. And if Hamas cares about the humanitarian situation in Gaza,
if they
want to alleviate it, I have a very good suggestion for them. Release our hostages immediately, without conditions, and surrender unconditionally. Come over towards our troops, and that will be the end of the war in Gaza. But I don't think that Hamas is going to do that, because they have shown over the years, ever since they took control over Gaza in 2007, that their only focus is on the destruction of Israel, that they focus all of their resources on acquiring weapons, on building military
don't leave us
infrastructure,
out of this,
and on developing weapons and on killing Israelis. This operation, this attack that they launched,
it's a dream about
they
killing
planned
Americans.
it well in
We're too
advance.
far away.
They practiced it, and everything was for a purpose. They went into Israel in order to butcher civilians and take them hostage. And that's what they did, sadly, unfortunately. And everything that happens now, Hamas is responsible, because we didn't start it. They are the ones who started it. They are the ones who targeted our civilians. And what we are doing is simply to defend ourselves, our civilians, and to make sure that it never happens again.
We didn't start it.
I don't want to speak too much, and we have to conclude this briefing. In the next briefing, I could speak more about the regional aspect, about what's going on in the general region of the Middle East, what Hezbollah is doing, what's happening in Syria, what the Iranians are doing, some 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers away. Very important as well. And I think in due time, we will address those issues. And as of now, I would like to say that 1 week after the fighting started, after this atrocious attack against Israel, we find ourselves at war, a war that we are committed to ending by defeating Hamas and making sure that they will never ever have the ability to do this or anything else again. If you enjoy the content, if you find it useful, share. Make sure to tell your friends about the content here on IDF. If you want to watch other platforms in English, French, Spanish, we have them all, and we have all of the different media, the social media accounts, Twitter or X, of course YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Whatever your preference is, and whatever the type of information you like to consume, we have that type of information, and we stand by each and every piece of information that we disseminate. So I hope you find this useful. Follow us again next time. Shalom, and thanks for watching.
Don't forget to follow, like, and subscribe to IDF YouTube channel. I'm trying to figure out how they got it back from the Ottoman Empire. Oh, building. That was there. How did they do that? Here we go. In 1917, toward the end of World War I, following the defeat of the Ottoman Empire. Is that what the World War I was about, dude? Because I toured a bunch of the Ottoman Empire stuff in Vienna, and I just didn't even really understand who the heck they were. Like I was staying across the street from a palace at an Airbnb. The Schönbrunn Palace. Palestine was occupied by British forces.
Servo is now following.
Thanks. careful. Ow. Dude, be careful. The United Kingdom was granted control of the area west of the River Jordan, now comprising the state of Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza Strip. Which was also called Mandatory Palestine at the time. Mandatory Palestine was a geopolitical entity established between 1920 and 1948 in the region of Palestine under the terms of the Legion of Nations mandate for Palestine. There's also East Bank, which later became Jordan. During World War I, the British made two promises regarding territory in the Middle East. Britain had promised the local Arabs, through Lawrence of Arabia, independence for a united Arab country covering most of the Arab Middle East in exchange for their supporting the British. The Britain had promised to create and foster a Jewish national home, as laid out in the Balfour Declaration in 1917. With the British conquest, Jews who had been expelled by the Ottomans were able... The Ottomans? Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. They were able to return, and Jewish immigration picked up again. The Third Alliance saw about 40,000 Jewish immigrants. Oh, that makes sense, dude, because they had control of everything, and then when the Ottoman Empire took control in like 1100, they are like the Syrian, he was a, what is it? It starts with an S. It was the first Syrian and Egyptian S word. What did they have? It was like kings that started with an S. Sheik? I don't think it was Sheik. It was something else, man. Anyway, when he came, he decided to make it all Muslim. And then the Ottoman Empire came and they made it all Turkish looking. But it was still Muslim. So they got kicked out at that time because they were like, fuck y'all, it's our house now. We're gonna do our religion here instead. And then they kicked them out. So they had the land of milk and honey and they get kicked out of it. I don't know. And then that's why there were so many of them in Germany? Is that it? Huh. Like Germany must have taken them in. I'm still getting to that part. Hold on. Alright. The Third Alliance saw about 40,000 Jewish immigrants arrive in Palestine from 1919 to the start of an economic crisis in Palestine in 1923. And between 1924 and 1928, the fourth... What the fuck is that sound? Oh, it's this one. Bummer. Is that a bird? Beautiful. Between 1924 and 1928, the Fourth Alliance saw about 80,000 more Jewish immigrants arrive in Palestine. And the Fifth Alliance, which took place 1929-1939, saw the arrival of an estimated 225 to 3... Oh, they knew something was coming, didn't they? Dude. That many of them came all of a sudden? They must have known something was up. 300,000 Jewish immigrants. During this time, land continued to be purchased by Jews. Many new Jewish settlements were established and existing Jewish communities in the urban areas continued to grow. Tel Aviv, in particular, saw large-scale development and became a major city. It was home to over a third of the Jewish population by 1939. During this time, tensions with the Arabs increased over Jewish immigrations. The 1921 Jaffa riots and 1929 Palestine riots saw Arab mobs violently attack Jewish population centers, and the tensions culminated in 1936 and 1939 Arab revolt in Palestine, which saw the Arabs launch widespread attacks against both Jews and the British. So did they actually own that land, or like what happened? Like how did they? Okay, I see. So Britain got it from the Ottoman Empire, And they only divvied out small ass portions of it for the the Arabs only had little areas to live in Palestine because that's all. It wasn't Israel yet. It was all Palestine. Did they do them dirty that long ago? Oh no! Here we go. We got more info. In 1947, there were approximately 630,000 Jews living alongside approximately 1.2 million Arabs in Palestine. Following increasing levels of violence, the British government expressed a wish to withdraw from Palestine that year. The proposed plan of partition would have split Palestine into two states, an Arab state and a Jewish state, and the city of Jerusalem, giving slightly more than half the land area to the proposed Jewish state. Immediately following the adoption of the United Nations General Assembly of a resolution recommending the adoption and implementation of the partition plan and its subsequent acceptance by the Jewish leadership, civil war broke out between the Arab community and the Jewish community, as armies of the Arab League, which rejected the partition plan, which Israel accepted, sought to squelch the new Jewish state. Well, you didn't give them half, apparently. You gave the Jews more than half, and they had way less people. 630,000 versus 1.2 million. You're going to give them over half of it? What the fuck is that? A little bit. Huh. See why they were pissed off about it. They were there first. What the hell, man? You expect these two to live next to each other. You took their country from them. You took it from the Ottoman Empire, right? And then divvy it out to this other religion to live next to this bipolar other religion. Dude, Britain wanted this to happen. What are they thinking? They knew these people were fucking crazy next to each other. Alright, where were we? On May 14th, 1948, one day before the end of the British Mandate, the leaders of the Jewish community in Palestine, led by the future Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, declared the establishment of a Jewish state in Eretz Israel, to be known as the State of Israel. State of Israel, 1948 to present. The armies of Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq marched into the territory of what had just ceased to be the British Mandate, thus starting the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The Knesset Israel Defense Forces repulsed the Arab armies and extended Israel's borders beyond the original resolution boundaries for the proposed Jewish state. By December 1948, Israel controlled most of the portion of the Mandate Palestine west of the Jordan River. The remainder of the Mandate came to be called the West Bank, controlled by Jordan, and the Gaza Strip, controlled by Egypt. Prior to and during this conflict, 711,000 Palestinian Arabs were expelled or fled their homes to become Palestinian refugees. 1/3 went to the West Bank and 1/3 to the Gaza Strip, accompanied by Jordan and Egypt respectively, and the rest to Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and other countries. After the establishment of Israel, immigration of Holocaust survivors from Europe and a large influx of Jewish refugees from Arab countries had doubled Israel's population within 1 year of its independence. Overall, during the following years, approximately 850,000 Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews fled or were expelled from Arab countries, Iran, and Afghanistan. Of these, about 680,000 settled in Israel. Israel's Jewish population continued to grow at a very high rate for years, fed by waves of Jewish immigration from around the world, including the massive immigration wave of Soviet Jews who arrived in Israel in the early 1990s according to the law of return. The law of return is an Israeli law passed on July 5th, 1950, which gives Jews, people with one or more Jewish grandparents, and their spouses the right to relocate to Israel and acquire Israeli citizenship. What was that? I lost my spot. Some 380,000 Jewish immigrants from the Soviet Union arrived in 1990 to 1991 alone. Since 1948, Israel has been involved in a series of major military conflicts, including the 1956 Suez Canal, 67 Six-Day War, 73 Yom Kippur War, 82 Lebanon War, 06 Lebanon War, as well as nearly constant series of other conflicts, among them the ongoing Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Despite the constant security threats, Israel, a majorly Jewish state, has thrived economically. Throughout the 1980s and the 1990s, there were numerous liberalization measures in monetary policy, in domestic capital markets, and in various instruments of governmental interference in economic activity. Also, the role of government in the economy was considerably decreased. On the other hand, some governmental economic functions were increased. The national health insurance system was introduced, though private health providers continued to provide health services within the national system. Social welfare payments such as unemployment benefits, child allowances, old age pensions, and minimum income support were expanded continuously until they formed a major budgetary expenditure. These transfer payments compensated to a large extent for the continuous growth of income inequality, which had moved Israel from among the developed countries with the least income inequality to those with the most. Yeah, and that is what pisses them off, dude. The inequality. We're all broke and y'all are all rich now, living high on the hog with all the insurance and everything and the good food, and you're right around the corner and they have to see it every day, dude. It's a recipe for disaster, so. And it's hot out there. Very interesting. What they have there. So, man, dude, they must have gotten a lot of help from us or something. How were they able to hold back all those Muslims? Oh, how'd that happen? They don't want to go to Egypt though anyway, dude. A lot of these people moved there for this fight. Their ancestors moved there, continuing a legacy to get the country back. It's never gonna stop, dude. They're gonna get rid of Hamas. It's not gonna stop this shit though, because the legacy will live on. It must be fulfilled. Grandpa didn't die for nothing, did he? This is their culture to do this. It's what they live for. This state was founded on this. This city, the Gaza Strip. Gaza Strip and West Bank is founded on getting Jerusalem back. It said it right there. People were flooding to live in West Bank and Gaza Strip to try to take Israel, and they've been doing it just like that. They'll come in through the tunnels to live there, dude, I bet. They're just gonna get their numbers back up again and do it all over again. Because a lot of people are thinking, well, if they kill enough people in this city, well, they won't have these terrorists anymore. No, they're gonna come from everywhere to come here, dude. This is like the ultimate thing to die for, the most proud thing to die for. It's better than dying for this than it is to die killing Americans. Because you're doing this is the Holy Land, man. Huh? It's more important than 9/11. They can take the Jerusalem back. We're not the ones that took their land, dude. They see them as land thieves because of the war, how it turned out. They lost the war. Their Ottoman Empire people lost the war, and Britain divvied out the land the way they saw fit. They didn't have hardly any people, but a shit ton of land, and that pissed all the Muslims off. And I can understand why. What? I bet they gave them the shitty side too. Britain's not going to give the good side to the dark-skinned people, dude. Come on, man. They're not going to do that. They wouldn't have done that. Zero. They gave them the close to Africa side. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, isn't that what you want? They thought that's what they wanted. Keep on. Oh no, they shared it actually, but dude, it doesn't look anywhere near like it was like it was a good deal actually. Not for the Arabs. I'll show you the map for the partition. It's not 50-50, it's all sporadic. The yellow is what Arab would get. I'm surprised that they're trying to put that. This is confusing. They wanted them to be surrounding Jerusalem. Arab, yellow. But then the Jews that have got all this coastline, they would have gotten connection to this water. They would have had water also, but you can't do much to the Dead Sea, can you? Except travel it, I guess. But what's this water? I don't know what that water is down there. Who gets this water? Jew water. This is Jew water. Both sides of it, Jew water. Huh. That's probably fresh water there too. Dude, where's this thing? It's so dark I can't find the tabs when I move them. Is there another tab? Yeah. There it is. Wait, what? Guess there wasn't another one that was composed already. Or they're going down. What? Taliban? Well, no. Yeah, but the difference between the Taliban and this, though, the people that live in Afghanistan, they're not stuck there. These people choose, like, I don't know, the adults seem to be choosing the lifestyle. I don't know. They were born there or what, but which one's choosing more? Afghans can leave more easily, right? Probably they'd be choosing lifestyle more than. These are born into it, most of them. But dude, I don't know how there's so many adults. How are they surviving to live so long? I guess the bombs only hit certain areas. This is too complicated, man. I think the rich Muslims like watching it like it's a show or something. Like the ultra rich, the ultra wealthy, like. Yeah, they're probably helping to fund it. I wonder if some ultra wealthy Arab like has paid them to kidnap some chick for him or bring her to him. They might have sold some of them. Fuck, man. They could be like in a box right now being shipped somewhere. Because here's how it works. Oh, there's gonna be another one. They just gotta get them to Egypt, man. They can do that through a tunnel. And then once they get them to Egypt, then they can transport them. Truck or something, probably. But a small airstrip. Private plane. like a blow. What if that happened? Some dude wants to, I want an exotic. Give me a Jewish chick from the, when you do your raid. What? Go 6. Well, they're definitely going into Egypt with the tunnels, though. I've seen them do it on Vice, the Vice documentary. But they're not all on Gaza Strip. They're not all dead though. I bet some of them got out. Like they took them somewhere out of the country or something. Because they've had so much time. You know, the first 48, if you don't find somebody who was in the first 48, they're probably dead, like they say. And there's that show, The First 48, where they frantically try to find them in an amount of time. But there's a good chance they're gone, and they'll just think they're dead. Dude, that's the thing that'll fuck up the families the most, just not knowing. Because they'll be thinking about all this type of stuff, all the scenarios. That'll be like best case scenario. Would it, like if they decimate this place, they search the tunnels and they don't find their loved one, they're gonna be like, well, maybe they got her out. Maybe they got her out to somewhere else, and she's a slave or sex slave or something. Maybe she's still alive, honey. We gotta keep looking. We can't stop looking, you know. And that would, like, you know, she could be dead and they don't know. That would be fucked, dude. Your whole life you're looking, it might be for nothing. Might be already gone. Cold-blooded. It's pretty cold-blooded, man. Not giving the families closure with the deceased. Like with the bodies that they have, they're doing fingerprint analysis on them. They're finding passports. They're being able to contact people. Take them like this, and they never find them. Then that's kind of worse. Always hoping maybe she's still alive. Never get any closure. That's terrorism. I don't know what else they're supposed to do though to try to get out of the situation that they're in with living in a cage. Maybe they should try splitting the country up in half instead of taking more than half of the Jews like they did. They clearly had better coastline. I don't know why they wanted them to be surrounded by the Muslims. It looked like Jerusalem was completely surrounded. Right, that has a lot to do with him wanting the territory for themselves. My gosh, they had protests in Memphis.
Well, as the conflict between Israel and Hamas continues, former Hamas leaders call for a day of jihad today, putting law enforcement agencies around the world on high alert. WREG's Kwamitra Wilburn shows us how groups here in the Mid-South are showing their support and peacefully protesting.
Hundreds of people gathered in downtown Memphis to show their support for Palestine.
We're here just to express our anger, our frustration, our serious emotional state about what's happening in the Holy Land.
This comes after a former Hamas chief called for a day of jihad by Muslim communities. Muslims were asked to take to the streets and deliver a message of anger to support Palestinians. This call comes as the conflict in the Middle East rages on, killing hundreds of Israelis and Palestinians. But back on American soil, law enforcement agencies are on high alert in the event violence erupts during the pro-Palestine protest. However, Friday's prayer and protest in Memphis remained peaceful.
There is more than 1,800 people being killed and more than 60.
Protesters say the calls for increased security are due to misinformation and bias.
We are not protesting against Jews or Judaism. We are not going to be defining ourselves as Palestinian Americans standing for the killing of lives of any civil on both sides of the aisle.
Protesters we spoke to say they condemn the violence taking place overseas, and they say they're protesting for the end of what they call the illegal occupation of Israel.
Our own country, America, the blind support that we give them, $4 billion annually for military aid to continue an illegal occupation. And this is why we're here.
Due to safety concerns, WREG reached out to the Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. A spokesman says they've been in contact with multiple agencies, including the FBI, but have not been notified of any local threats. Reporting from downtown Memphis, Kwamitra Wilburn, WREG, News Channel 3.
What do you mean? You don't think that they're building the tunnels? Y'all naysaying the Palestine tunnels, bro? They're definitely building the tunnels, man. They were even saying some shit like there were tunnels underneath the harbor or something, weren't they? I don't know, dude. Tunnels everywhere. They're like mole rats. Tunnels all over the place, huh? Fucking up my yard, boy. You're fucking up my yard, Muhammad. God damn it, why you always gotta dig under my yard? You got in your own yard. Why everything moved in. Digging under my garden and my rose bushes. Like a Palestinian neighbor moves in, but he was a tunnel digger for the Hamas, right? That's all he knew was tunnel digging all his life. Now he's an American and he's got a house and he can't stop digging, man. He just likes to dig. Game over, man. Seen pictures of them, yeah, man. Seen videos. It looks like dirt to me. Pretty sure it's dirt. They know what they're doing. They're professional tunnel diggers. And up for a second, I thought Joe was in New York for something. He was restreaming. Y'all see that? Bless his heart though, because it looks like shit. But Does it ever get better?
This is if you guys want to watch this, you guys can go over to Smoke and Scan. Smoke and Scan has it.
Smoke and Scan presses the fucking buttons too much, man. He's addicted to the soundboard.
I cannot be out there at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, waiting for waffles to show up. TT is just staying in Yuma, so you the viewers want to see the protest. Am I pro-Palestine? No. Well, I can't say a bunch of stuff here. We'll be banned on YouTube, sadly. Censorship. Us Americans stand with Israel. But until then, we'll see you tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow around noon Pacific Standard Time.
This is weird shit. Those are definitely Americans who aren't standing with Israel. He's using adjective. Cause I'm proud to be an American. Would that even make us patriotic now to support Israel? Is that a patriotic thing to do? To support another country that is just fighting for their own rights? Okay, yeah, man, fucking American right there. They're fighting for their rights. Aren't they all fighting for their rights, though? The tunnels go all the way, Bubba. They go all the way into Egypt. What are you not getting? What? The party, that's... What? That's why they attacked the rave? I don't think these people party, dude. What are you saying? I mean, they do party, but their parties are really weird. But shit, you go to an Orthodox Jew party, that shit's weird too. Try it out sometime. They wear the furry hats. It's a regular old hootenanny of a time. Donut fur hat on. And they're segregated. The women and men are segregated at this party. I know it's a song, man. I used to have all the Beastie Boys albums. Literally all of them. Even some old bullshit. The punk album. Come on, man. Yo, somebody said something on Twitch. Look at that. They have their EDM parties in the tunnels. Oh, man. No, they have a bass. They have the bass ordinance, though. It's really low, so the tunnel doesn't fall apart. It's all treble music. But they only have tweeters. Two more hours and it's prayer time, right? Are we getting close? Hey. That means they start raining too, though. I was listening to that song when it was new, back in the mid 2000s, 2005. I know that. Oh, you did. You might have this. I don't know. What was your point? Oh my gosh. I don't know what either. Maybe we both did that. Always is here. See you guys. Look, see now it also tells you guys when somebody on Twitch says something. You can communicate with each other. Opener's on. It's 4:20 though. I gotta hurry. I gotta hurry. Ah, come on. Come on, man. I didn't make it. Better luck next year. You know it's Friday the 13th, y'all? It's all happening. These things are water in it. Oh, whatever. Yeah, Friday the 13th on Twilight Zone. That was the special episode. This is the special episode. I went to a Twilight Zone, like, visit where you, like, binge on it, right? I watched, like, all of them. That, and I also did a Tales of the Crypt binge. I mean, like a super binge. Both of them had so many up-and-coming actors. That was a Crypt, man. I remember being on TV, like, my parents, we had the cable, and like, they would come on, but I didn't really watch it when I was younger. It was like, it was cool watching them. So you can talk to them through YouTube, man. You can see their comments on here. When Restream talks on YouTube, you can see Restream talks on Twitch. You can see it's them talking. I also cleaned up the chat so it's not posting any of the bot stuff right here on in front of me. It's only y'all's words. It won't even put my words in there. Which don't switch that. I don't think it will. Let me see. I might need to change it if it doesn't. Oh, we're good. We're good. But does it show Doe because it's doing so many bot messages? Like all the bots I got off of there. Creep Show. I didn't see Creep Show. I didn't see the other one that was mentioned. Outer Banks. I never watched that one either. I don't know if Netflix had the new ones. I might have watched them. I can't remember. There was a movie. It was like a 4-part movie that came out. That was kind of new. I watched. Brain is this? Anybody remember? I can't remember. Firewater OG. Lineage of key lime and what? And firewood, key lime and firewood. I didn't know firewood was a strain. Does it taste like burnt wood? Because that sounds kind of gross. That's the kind of weed I try to stay away from. This is kind of supposed to taste like whiskey, or name up like firewater, and it kind of does. We learned about, if you want to learn about Israel, you can scroll this back a little bit and I read about Israel. I just pretty much read off what this little history of Israel from the internet. Nothing special. I definitely learned something from it. A couple things. I was really curious about how this all happened. Like why did they have to leave? And I figured that out from learning about Jerusalem a little bit. The Table Mount and everything. Or the Mount, the Dome of the Rock. The Dome of the Rock history taught me about the Ottoman Empire a little bit and how the history of like all that. Like I thought until a few days ago, I thought that the Muslims, that was always their thing. The Dome of the Rock was always in their control. But it was originally, like, what was it? Greeks or Romans or some shit? I forget now, dude. But it ended up being Christian Crusaders, Knights Templar, and like Christians before the Ottoman Empire. I guess the Christians took it from the Jews. But the Jews had to have had it right after Jesus died, right? Or no? Damn, I forget that now. And I gotta look that, because that was other history. I want to see that. Jerusalem history. I haven't looked into it. I think it's time. One more dab. Oh shit. Good. Alright, so, dude, their history goes back pretty freaking far to actual prehistory. They have history, pre-written history from archaeological evidential findings. The first archaeological evidence of human presence in Jerusalem comes in the form of flints, which are flintstone, sedimentary, a form of mineral quartz, widely used historically to make stone tools and start fires. And those dated to between 6,000 and 7,000 years ago, with ceramic remains appearing during the Chalcolithic period. That's also known as the it's characterized by the increasing use of smelted copper. The first signs of a permanent settlement appearing in the early Bronze Age in 3000 to 2800 BCE. Still don't say anything about Jews. The earliest evidence of city fortifications appeared in the mid to late Bronze Age and could date around the 18th century BCE. By around 1550 to 1200 BC, Jerusalem was the capital of an Egyptian vassal city-state. A modest settlement governing a few outlying villages and pastoral areas, with a small Egyptian garrison and ruled by appointees such as King Abdihaba, Marcus will pronounce it for me.
Abdihaba.
Abdihaba. King Abdihaba is the ruler of Jerusalem at the time, through Egypt. At the time of Seti I, 1290 to 1279, and Ramses II, 1279 to 1213 BCE, major construction took place. As prosperity increased, the city's inhabitants at this time were Canaanites. Is that Canaanites or Canaanites? Probably Canaanites.
Canaanites.
Canaanites. Thank you, sir. Who are believed by scholars to have evolved into the Israelites via the development of a distinct Yahweh-centric monotheistic belief system. What is a Canaanite, actually. That's what I need to know. Canaanites became Israelites. Hey now. Here we go. Living in Canaan. Saying that right?
Canaan
was a Semitic speaking civilization. What is Semitic speaking? Semitic languages are a branch of the Afro-Asiatic language family. They include Arabic, Amharic, Hebrew, and numerous other ancient and modern languages. They are spoken by more than 330 million people across much of West Asia, the Horn of Africa. I gotta click on it. And lateral, I had to click on it, it's fucking me up. And laterally North Africa, Malta, West Africa, Chad, and in large immigrant and expatriate communities?
Expatriate communities.
Patriot. Oh my god, dude. Political talk in North America, Europe, and Australasia? What is that? Australasia is a region that comprises Australia, New Zealand, and some neighboring islands in the Pacific Ocean. There you go. You can learn anything. Alright. So it's a Semitic speaking civilization. Interesting. Arabic is in there. So Arabic people are Semitic. Is that right? So if you are anti-Muslim, you're anti-Semitic. If you're anti-Jew, you're anti-Semitic. Huh. So they can be anti-Semitic to each other? This is very interesting. I thought you could only be anti-Semitic towards Jews all this time. All my life, actually, until right now, this very moment. I feel fucking stupid. What? Azerbaijan could invade Armenia on a full scale within a few weeks. Who's Azerbaijan? Assyria? Armenia? Jordan? Who is it? No. Assyria's a scary one. We gotta keep our eyes on them boys. Okay, so Southern Levant. The Southern Levant is a geographical region encompassing the southern half of Levant. It corresponds approximately to modern-day Israel, Palestine, and Jordan. Some definitions include southern Lebanon, southern Syria, and the Sinai Peninsula. Sinai? We're learning how to talk here. Don't just learn history. We learn how to pronounce history.
Sinai.
Sinai. Sinai. Right, Mount Sinai Hospital. Oh. Cedar Sinai, I mean. In the ancient Near East. The ancient Near East was the home of early civilizations within a region roughly corresponding to the modern Middle East, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient Persia, Anatolia, in the Armenian highlands, the Levant, and the Arabian Peninsula. Wow. How did white people happen, man? That's so wild. How the fuck did white people happen if everyone was like dark skinned apparently back in the day? We had to have been born at the same time, just in a different area, and we didn't like. I mean, we don't have the written history because we stayed in caves longer. We were cool with that. It was cool. It was a good life. We didn't need any of that fancy pyramid shit. We were cool with living in the cave. Now look, it's turned. Now they're living in the caves. Like they're living. Like remember how the Bin Laden and them were all living in caves at one point. What happened? The Ottoman Empire used to be on top of things. I think they were too greedy. Weren't they? And then the Jews come in and try to take over half of the country after they had lived there for a while. And they saw that as them being greedy too. They weren't having it. That was the final straw. The final countdown. I've been live, man. Time to go. Oh, Yuri Wong has had a new song. I'm listening to it. It better be good. Better be worth it, Yuri. Taking on my monetization money.
I've seen things
I don't know what movie it's from.
I've seen things.
I've seen things? I don't know about it, dude. You wouldn't believe? I've seen things you wouldn't believe.
I've seen things.
I recognize it, but I don't know what it's from.
Attack ships on fire offshore Orion. I watch sea beams glitter in the dark of the antennas again. Attack ships on fire offshore Orion. I watch sea beams glitter in the dark of the antennas again. All those moments will be lost in time. Lost.
Did they have enough power for you? Power.
Tears and rain. All those moments will be lost in time. Lost in time. Like tears.
Cool, man.
Tears and rain.
I'm just hashtag blessed. I'm hashtag blessed with some credit card debt. Time to be alive. Then the British umbrella, white skin involved basically. Really? That doesn't make sense. Why would our skin turn white for a climate? How would that be better?
Attack ships on fire. Offshore Orion. I watch sea beams glitter in the dark the 10 hours a day. Attack ships on fire. I watch sea beams glitter in the dark the 10 hours a day. All those moments will be lost in time. Lost in time.
Dude, I hate the cold though.
Tears in the rain. All those moments will be lost in time. Lost in time.
Didn't I want to go to the cold areas?
Tears
while we're white.
All those moments will be
Dude,
lost.
chill out. If you keep talking as much as you are, with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like half, you can just type the sentence, man. Spazzing out for it. Stop hitting the enter key so much. Believe, I don't give a shit what you do, dude. Just stop hitting the enter key so much. If you do that, I'm cool. I'm not gonna suck you off to stay here, though. What do you want from me? Alright, now you're starting to piss me off. My issue? No, check it, bro. Check it. I don't have an issue. I'll listen to this sweet sounds of God's Spirit. Question? There wasn't a question. I mean, maybe we were getting less vitamin D. He wasn't the dude. Was he the one that was answering? I don't know why he was getting so pissed off. I was reading his answers, but then he started getting fucking weird about it. Just like posting way too fucking much, so I had to ban him. It's too much. Too much, dude. You're coming in hot. I never seen you before. Aiden Oranja. I mean, it wasn't even. I was wondering why there were so few white people and how it happened. And he said it was from where we lived. Our skins, like, we weren't outside enough to absorb vitamin D, so our skin adapted to, I guess, absorb vitamin D more easily with the lack of melatonin. Weren't we getting vitamin D from food, though, more than anything? I know I do. I never go outside. Can't we get vitamin D from meat and eggs and like what we're eating instead? Is that really how it happened? It was just pissing me off because he was too pushy with what he was trying to get across. He wasn't like giving me a chance to read it first. He was just blasting the chat constantly. Holy shit! Chill out, kid. Go away. Yes, I do want you to go away, and I made you go away. That was simple. What does that mean? Should I have kept him around? history. I don't know if that's real history or not, though. Let me look into it. I'm not gonna ban him for it. It's pissing me off anyway. Like, complete your fucking sentences, people. Don't put 2 words and 2 words and 2 words and 2 words. What is that shit, man? It's transferring over here to YouTube and shit. It's filling this chat over here up with unneeded bullshit. Like, fuck you, kid. I don't give a shit if he is right. That was what pissed me off. Because when I said something about it, he was like, "What, do you want me to leave?" Like, he couldn't just not do that or something. That's what got me. Seems like it was like Nordic people then. Europeans got white from Nordic people, is what I'm reading. because they went and they went and fucked the hunter-gatherers that were up north. They had a certain gene up there. Multiple genes. This is where Hitler got his whole thing with tallness and blue eyes and all that shit, isn't it? He says, yeah, it says blue eyes and light skin was something that they had up north. So it was like super fucking rare at one point to be white with blue eyes. Interesting. That's pretty trippy. They definitely don't want us to want to be white. They don't want white people to look into this kind of history and be like, wow, look at what white people did, man. Heck yeah. They were doing things up in the north and talking about racist shit, bro. Talking about white people like that with the blue eyes and the blonde hair and the white skin like that back then. That's the devil. Says to maximize vitamin D synthesis, though. They don't know for sure. This paper doesn't specify that the writer of this one from science.org says that it's likely from the vitamin D synthesis. Because they not only couldn't absorb it as well up there, but they're also lactose intolerant up until like 4000 BC, something like that. 4,300 years ago, lactose intolerance swept through Europe. Oh, less than that. Like, they don't teach us this kind of shit, do they? I don't remember them teaching this in school. How white people came about. Ooh, I learned all about it. I probably already knew. Do y'all think I should turn that restream chat thing off? Oh, this thing is too much. Like, that dude made it feel like it was too much. Because it was, like, overwhelming the chat, wasn't it? For a second. Did y'all like that? It gets kind of weird for me because I don't know if people are talking over here or not. And apparently they weren't, it was just him. I'll turn that off. It didn't work. Y'all can't really talk to each other anyway. Ay. Let's pick a random sound command. Let's just pick a bum 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 bum.
You don't act stupid.
Huh? Each bomb is going to a random sound command. That was totally, I didn't know that's what that one was even when I clicked on it. When even I looked over and clicked, it's DOS is a sound command. I didn't know that's what it was though. It kind of fit. Yeah, a script where I can just do a random sound command, but it doesn't work right. You want to play Django? Spell it wrong? What the heck is happening, man? Not working. Flavor Twitch. There.
Play to win.
I thought I was your snack pack. I thought I was your snack pack.
Makes my eyes. Oh, what do we have? Where here? Oh, there it is. That's not very big. Day and night. Really, Connor? Thanks, I appreciate you. This is your first time saying something? Thanks for being here. That's intimidating. I want to hide behind the microphone. I need another drink. I'm intimidated.
I'm sorry, winning.
Damn, that one had like a shockwave. There was a sound before it. Oh, then, or was that it was close? I thought it was the sound coming from that one that was far away. Was it? It took that long to travel and it just sounded close because it had like a shockwave with it. Right? Where is it? Oh. No. I don't know where. What is it back here? Going back too far. Acid. Must have passed. Oh, there it is. Oh, maybe it was a different. I thought something landed out here first. Why this guy's not up? I guess he's got a slave. Not showing us, man. There's another one. Going up here, he must have moved his camera. Oh no, I need to catch up. Why is their time up? Is it already up? To get out? Length is like 25 miles. The area might be 140. I don't know. The width of it's like 5. Length is like 5. Did they have to be out already? Indica guy, man. What? Did you ask that? Honor. Nice Java with cookie dough milkshake. But then you gotta live in Canada, though. Man, it's a give and take with that one. Why did Jewish people get so white? Did they have sex with the Nordics? Because they're Middle Eastern, right? Like they lived in Egypt, and Jewish people get so pale and complected. thoughts? Yeah, they're good. They're my thoughts. Deep Thoughts by Dojo. Friday the 13th special. Those thoughts. Olive skin. Have you licked one? Oh, a black olive or a green olive? Or Kalamata olive? Or kind of purple? Oh, the black olive. They taste like the black one. Oh, those are nice. Wow, those are real nice. I can imagine that tastes very, very appealing, appetizing. Did you bite them? You try to get to the center of that Tootsie Roll Pop? Oh. One, two. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Whatever, man. You didn't lick him like you said. Just playing. We got 2 hours left until sunrise. I gotta feed Simon now. Is it time? Almost. Time for Simon's food and medicine. Food and medicine, food and medicine. We're gonna get Simon food and medicine. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to get some today. It's okay though. Oh, speaking of which, there's probably something out there also. Got to get one, but remember to get enough. I don't want it to be there because I don't feel like getting up right now. Alright, 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 alright. I don't think it's out there yet. Dude, they said it would be out there though. Oh. What? Oh my goodness. Speak for me. I am a Mexican warrior. This guy has to
The
say.
fate of those hostages taken by Hamas terrorists is still unknown. Many of them, we know, are American. And this adds to a challenging element for the Israeli military in its efforts to rescue them or even find them. For some of the insight on that, let's go to Jeffrey Harp. He's a retired member of the FBI hostage rescue team. Jeffrey, you did this for years. We know the United States has experts on the ground and in Israel to try and help and find and rescue these 150 hostages. What do you think they're advising at this point?
Well, right now it is in an advisory capacity. You got to remember that this is a very unique situation. If you look back at international hostage rescues that have attempted to take place or have taken place, in 1980 they tried to do that in Iran, and it didn't work out very well at all. It's a very complex operation. There's a lot of planning involved. And again, if you think about when local, state, and federal agencies here in the U.S. do these hostage rescue operations, they're working with negotiators.
Unsubbed? What I do?
Right now, it doesn't seem like there's much negotiation going on, and there's just a lot of wartime activity. That makes it very, very difficult.
All right, you know the realities of Gaza. It's a tight warren of alleys and tunnels with booby traps. This is going to be really tough. How do you even figure out where the hostages are?
Well, and that's a great question, and that's one that I'm sure that intelligence officials in Israel and the U.S. are trying to figure that out. I mean, there's a lot of sophisticated techniques that both countries can use to try to pinpoint locations, and I'm sure they're using those to their fullest extent. But again, that might help you locate about where the hostages are, but that doesn't get you there. Just even the delivery of a team into that environment is very, very, very dangerous.
Yeah, you really need human intelligence. You need people on the inside who are telling you something. Do you think Israel and the CIA still even have human sources inside Gaza? And can they even reach them given the blockade and the bombing?
Yeah, I'm sure they do. You know, I ran undercover operations against Hamas, and the Israelis oftentimes have deep undercover operatives working inside that part of the country, which if they're able to get communications in and out, then I'm sure they're talking to them. The problem right now is communications are going to be cut off. It's very dangerous to be out and about in the city, especially if you're in an undercover capacity. You may be in an environment where you're thought to be a target.
Is a ground invasion going to make it easier or harder to find them and rescue them?
Well, if you think about it, if a ground invasion happens, which it certainly looks like that's going to happen, one thing that will occur is there's going to be casualties and there's going to be so-called enemy combatants, or what they're going to call prisoners of war. That gives you something to exchange people with, you know, hostages for hostages. But when a ground invasion starts, they're going to probably go to the most advantageous position for the Israelis to do the most damage in the quickest amount of time. And they're certainly going to try to get to as many hostages as you can. But again, what we've seen in the past is Hamas is hell-bent on doing death and destruction as quickly as possible. They've already killed young women, children, babies, men. There's no doubt in my mind that they have no mercy for anyone, that they're going to do whatever they have to.
You know, you've studied Hamas for years. I'm just curious, how much support does Hamas have among Palestinians living in Gaza, the 2 million plus people in this tiny, crowded piece of land?
Well, and again, it is a tiny, crowded piece of land, but their reach extends way beyond that.
Yeah.
Their reach extends into Europe. It extends into the United States. They do have support out.
Then they took that video down. I only had a minute left of it to watch. It's unavailable now. Removed by the uploader. Simon time, it's Simon time.
Supports their military capability to fight us, is a legitimate target, and
is he live again?
Target. Other facilities like offices where they plan attacks or execute attacks is a target. Places where they hide rockets, places where they fire rockets from, locations where their senior terrorists are hiding because they're cowards and they're not fighting out in the open. They're capable of butchering our civilians, but when it comes to fighting against our military, they're not very brave. So they're hiding under the ground in their tunnel network. We target that as well. Regarding the humanitarian situation in Gaza, it is indeed a challenging situation, no two words about it. But what we are trying to do is the right thing. We issued a notice to all of the population that lives in northern Gaza, basically this entire area here. We told them we're going to enhance our combat operations in northern Gaza, in Gaza City. For your own safety and for the safety of your families, move south. Now, in order to be clear about where we want them to go, not just a general direction, so if we focus in on Gaza City here, which is the center of Hamas's operations, this is where they stockpile weapons, this is where most of the commanders are, this is where they plan the attacks, this is where they coordinate their efforts against us, so this is really the hub of Hamas's activity. That is what we're going to focus on, and we want the civilians to go from Gaza City south of this thing here. That's the Gaza River, which is clear, and everybody in Gaza knows what the Gaza River is, so we're telling people, go south to the Gaza River, and you can come back only when we will inform you that it is safe to come back. And we're doing it out of respect for human life, because we know it's the right thing to do, and we don't want the civilians to be affected any more than they are by the fighting. Do you know who is trying to stop the evacuation of civilians? Hamas, the very same terrorist organization that brought all this destruction and carnage upon us, upon Israel and on the Gaza Strip, is now telling civilians in Gaza, don't go south. Why? Because they want them there. They want the civilians to stay there so that Israel can be blamed for anything that happens to them. How cynical is that? Not only does Hamas govern the entire Gaza Strip, not only do they use civilians as their human shields, and this has been documented for years. In each and every encounter, each and every war or operation against us, they use their civilians as human shields. They use civilian buildings for their military purposes, which, by the way, is a war crime for those of you who have an affinity to point out war crimes. They also hide behind civilians, and they also have built a network of tunnels that isn't used by the civilians. They're not allowed to go down and seek shelter from what's happening above the ground. This is only for Hamas, for them to be able to fight. So that's the situation, and how cynical is it that we are trying to evacuate Gazan civilians and Hamas is trying to prevent it. Hopefully, the civilians in Gaza will understand what's best for them, and they'll move south of the Gaza River here, and we will be able to operate with less or with no civilians in the area. That's the situation as we speak now in the Gaza Strip. Our troops are prepared. We're preparing for the next stage of operations. And we all understand I've personally been fought inside the Gaza Strip, and so have many of my colleagues in the IDF. It is a very challenging combat environment. It's dense, it's populated, it's narrow, there's very little room to maneuver, and most importantly, it's governed by a terrorist organization that has had time, resources, and the warped thinking to actually prepare the entire Gaza Strip for combat and to use the civilians as their human shields. So we know that if there's a ground maneuver, it will be a very difficult challenge, and that's what we're preparing for. The objective is to dismantle the military capabilities of Hamas. That's what we want to do. We don't define the civilians as our enemy, because they're not, and we don't try to hit anything that isn't related to military activity. We focus our actions on the military components of Hamas until we will be able to dismantle them totally and fundamentally change the situation and the security along our border. Let's speak a little bit about what's going on in the north. The last 12, 18 hours, we've seen a spike in attacks from the north, made by Hezbollah and officially claimed by Hezbollah. They have said, yes, we have done this. Hezbollah has fired an anti-tank missile, actually two. Hezbollah has tried to infiltrate. Hezbollah has dispatched numerous drones into Israeli territory, and recently, just a few minutes ago, Hezbollah fired an anti-air missile towards an Israeli aircraft, which thankfully was successfully intercepted by our air defense units. The bottom line is, however, that Hezbollah is definitely escalating the situation in the north. The common denominator between Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza, we actually have to zoom out in order to see the common denominator. We have to zoom out quite a lot and look at the entire Middle East until we get to this country, Iran. Even though it's 600 miles away, or 1,000 kilometers, Iran is virtually on our doorstep, at our doorstep. And the common denominator between Hezbollah and Hamas is that both are funded, equipped, and guided by the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism, and that is the Islamic Republic of Iran. And that does not elude our attention. An important thing happening in the Mediterranean, and we've spoken about this before, is the presence of a US battle group, led of course by the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Ford, which is within tactical distance of the Lebanese coast and the Israeli coast, and is here in order to send a clear message of stability and an effort to prevent further escalation in the area. And that's a very important message for anybody watching and thinking about escalating the situation and fighting against Israel. I have to mention again the hostages. We are doing everything we can in order to find more information and in order to devise a plan and then execute it.
Hold on. We gotta wait a second for the Facebook video to come back. I might have to hit refresh here. Facebook sometimes has little video issues where you have to refresh the video. Let me go back here and play this.
Mention again the hostages. We are doing everything we can in order to find more information and in order to devise a plan and then execute it.
Give it one sec, guys.
Our aims. So after a week of warfare, we find ourselves in a very challenging situation, in a war that we didn't start and that we didn't ask for, that was forced upon us by some of the most brutal attacks ever seen in modern history. We are happy to see, and it warms our hearts, that there is such an outpour of support for Israel by the foreign ministers of the US, the UK, European Union, France, Germany, and many, many others that have not only said, but made action, came to Israel, visited Israel, and saw firsthand the atrocities that were done against our civilians. And it's important that everybody around the world, every freedom-loving nation and person will continue to support Israel, the good, against Hamas, which is the evil. And that may sound simplistic, but that's as simple as it needs to be. We are fighting a force of evil, and we are focused on defeating it, and we will not rest until it is defeated. I would like to say that I hope next week will be better than this, but we know that we are in for a long, challenging, and difficult time. We're committed, we're focused, we are equipped and ready to fight until we dismantle Hamas. If you like our content, please share it with your friends, and make sure that anybody who cares or has an opinion about things happening in the Middle East sees our content and understands our perspective. I thank you for watching, and I wish you all the best.
I did my work as a cat daddy. He's muted, he doesn't know it. Look how he did the time. Instead of having the time, he's got this ET plus 7. I guess that's one way to do it. Tell them to do some math. Fuck it. Look, cannot get his audio working with 17,000 people.
Muted. I was muted. I was muted. I didn't realize I was muted. Sorry.
Tell us one more time how you are
now
muted.
We are back.
Tell me.
So we are bringing you live coverage. It is 3:46 a.m. local time. What I was saying is when we heard the Israeli defense spokesperson, it did not seem to me that we got any kind of huge update on the timing of a possible ground offensive.
I just can't listen to him talk. This is a very new song. I had mono on, so it sounded like kind of like shit. Music sounds like shit with mono on. I have to do it for some sources. Now it sounds better. Why is this guy telling me he's muting like I give a shit?
Can you see me? Hello? Can you find me? Behind you. Don't be scared. I am right behind you. I just want to play a game with you.
I gotta put this on a charger.
Behind you. Don't be scared. I am right behind you. Hello? I just want to play a game with you.
hot air machine. Who made it? Oh, dude, we haven't got a news update in 3 hours. It looked to be muted. Oh, yeah. Right. Bad. Was muted. Dead. The light outside here. Living the good life. In the sun. California. Amazing. Simon doesn't like his food right now, though, does he? Hey. Say hi, or come to tell me to like your food? Is it? it might actually be really shunning off to lamb. I could try giving them all lamb this time. He's not eating dinner at all. He looks like he might be walking over to it. First he wants to lick his booty. Next prayer, 1.5 hours. That means they're gonna start praying in about 40 minutes probably. Dude, these bombs are pretty big though. Must be actually gonna go in tomorrow. He's eating it. I pet him a bunch. He wouldn't have been. He wouldn't even. I had to do that, dude. Like I had to totally just ignore the stream and pet Simon. It's how it is. He'll just go to sleep depressed, man, and won't eat. Pretty cool. How you doing, Blue Jay? Hey Connor, good night, man. New song alert.
You keep chasing it.
I was hoping not to have lyrics. Not giving a shit. It's pretty wild. Thinking about it like that. Can't play music. Not allowed to play music. I'm gonna just sit here and listen to this for hours. Alright, well, at least I know now. Shut up, Bob. Hey, thank you. Are you leaving? Or is that your way of saying bye? Oh, you were coming through here, what, 2019? When I was doing IRL streams. Hey, you are tripping. That's somebody else. Thanks for still coming by and checking up on me. Bro, what's prayers time at? Man, helps me, wakes me up, because it's like, oh, it's morning, it's time to get up and hatch my eggs. I can almost see into the future. Time to get rich. I lost it. Not forever. I gotta go get this thing out of the outside. It's out there. I gotta go get it from out there and bring it in here. Alright. Many, yeah, I agree. There's Steve. He's like, yo. Let's block this bitch. Practicing all my life for this moment. I'm not gonna blow it. He's the rooster mimicker. The one that's gonna show it. The Gaza City poet. He's the rooster, as you know it. Will be the Rooster King of Gaza. Human, but you can barely tell it now. Other guy doesn't have the, he can't belt it as well. The other guy might also be younger, he's not as experienced. The competition is going to be stiff this year though. I like sleeping when they're sleeping for some reason. When their sun comes up, I have to make myself go to sleep.
Meow.
We're humanitarians. We're helping people. That's bigger. I'm into that now.
Special delivery. Dude, somebody's talking about Fortaleza tequila right here in chat. Another stream I'm watching. Hey, Gigantus. Where'd it go though? There it is. Y no es mano, vamos. This is Fortaleza. Could be. I'm having tequila too. Tequila ocho though. Great time. Here's the puzzle. Are you drinking? What are you drinking? Is everybody drinking? Another one. I think it's on. It wasn't on. Who's drinking? Water. I drink water. That's all I ever drink. I think that's a real rooster. You see, Steve, you can tell the difference, right? I wonder if the Muslims see the roosters just praying with them. I bet the Israelis don't have many roosters in their neighborhoods. They like to sleep in every now and then, you know? I can't imagine my neighbor having something that loud outside. Every day at before 5 o'clock, it's fucking a rooster is doing this, bro. I'd be ready to move. I'd be like, man, I didn't know this was part of the deal here. I've already paid the 6 months or whatever deposit. Well, they said you never know, you might get a neighbor with a rooster. Just keep looking for a new place. How long do they live? How long do roosters live? I gotta spot. Go buy another rooster. probably only live for like another year anyway. You just gotta put up with it for a year. There's no way the next one is that loud. He's got like a world record chicken that he should be touring at a fair. I get gold medal for loudest rooster. That's that Palestine rooster, boy. It was trained in Palestine. You don't believe me? I got the papers on it. They smuggled it here. In the Egypt, into the tunnel. I knew it was a winner. I saw it on the live stream when they had that little war, that little thing going on. I got in contact with a guy. He got in contact with another guy. Boy, I know it. I'm the proud owner of Mr. Muhammad Ali. I named Muhammad. He's a fighter. Look at him. He's a loud fighter. That's my boy. I'm sorry, he's never gonna leave Palestine. That's a sad story. What's up, Taylor? What are you doing now? Sweeping? Were you sweeping today? It is Friday. Good day this week. Damn. Israel must be gonna rebuild this northern Gaza. Is that the plan? Are they gonna turn that into a park? They do need some greenery. You can come back now. They hit the entire area, just rubble. They must be gonna build these people a new house or something. Can't just leave them homeless. Who has no dogs? Oh, there aren't any dogs there? How do you know? Let my people go. Well, I don't know, they need to hurry up and make poultry milk, because everything about a chicken's good, and the milk would be good, too. For sure. Right? Big old Mark Harper's got a new avatar. I lost viewers for you, Mark. That time it was for Bob. Who else wants me to lose viewers, huh? Who else? Bubba? Huh? Are you happy now? I probably lost so many. Y'all's fault. Make me celebrate. Good times, come on. Bubba, what the fuck you doing, man?
skinny penis, 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 skinny penis.
And two Willy Wonkas. Appreciate you, Bubba. Bubba. Bitcoin Kush. Wait, that's a one. The same on both of them. Very much appreciated. Not necessary. Big ups. Big ups. Foremost. For the most. Oreo rub. That's an authentic Oreo rub on mine right there. Just run at them. You can make that happen. Alright, I need ice. I only got like 2 more drinks in this left. I better just drink it.
Let's just run at him! Let's just run at him! Let's run at him!
Oh my god, I forgot the ice. Don't make me do it. Oh, that's it. I'm doing it. You're punished. What happened to this guy? He used to give information, now he just sits there. What's going on, man? Do you know, Mad Dog?
I'm not seeing any big announcements at the moment. Not seeing any big updates news-wise. Everyone waiting to see what will happen. It is 5:10 a.m. Less than an hour, it should start getting light out. Is it expected Israel would go into Gaza today? I certainly think the ground operation could start today. Whether it will, I don't know. Khan News in Israel had reported that Israel was going to increase the number of attacks today. Air attacks, but we'll see. Doctors Without Borders said that they had been giving till 6 a.m. to evacuate a hospital in Gaza.
Oh. Okay, well, that's less than an
Sunrise is
hour.
about 6:40 or so, but it'll start getting light before then.
Get rid of this. Having it in the front of my eye is so distracting. Where's
Quick thanks to Derek Kopek,
it's in Spanish
CDCCJ,
anyway.
Orwell Today, Joka Buju,
There.
IndyCar, Fiery Patriot,
Or PC,
Pod
that's
Clue,
why, okay.
Kingston, Rama Lama. Thank you.
Hey, then. Going.
Orwell Today asked about food and water running out. I don't know the exact situation in Gaza. Normally, economically, it's bad there, but Israel has cut off food, water, electricity, and what else? Something else. Food, water, electricity, and power. And fuel to Gaza, saying they'll only start supplying it again when they get the hostages back. So, we've heard reports of hospitals having a very difficult time in Gaza. I mean, obviously, without electricity. That's going to cause all kinds of issues. I don't have a sense of what kind of spare food capacity they have, how much is still might be getting smuggled in or something. I just don't know. I'm sure it's not good. That was a big explosion. One of our viewers mentioned Turkey sending some aid. Well, Reuters said a Turkish plane arrived on Friday in Egypt with aid. But is it going to make its way into Gaza? I don't know.
They're like connected to the Jesus Wall stream. There's a staple.
$5:15 a.m. local time. 5:15 a.m. guys. CNN has a thing on the screen saying Israel's evacuation deadline expiring.
He's probably gonna go.
I don't know. There's not a clear deadline.
Two cocks to
they
tango.
Have been kind of ambiguous about it. In the official
Tango.
notice they gave about to people to evacuate, they did not state a deadline.
Tango.
They had told the UN Thursday night 24 hours, but as I mentioned earlier, I watched a press briefing this morning with the Israeli defense minister. He was specifically asked, is there a 24-hour deadline? And he just gave like a 3-minute long-winded answer where he avoided the question. And then after his answer, the questioner said, so what about the 24 hours? And that was the end of the press conference. They just ended the press conference. So Israel is being clearly and intentionally ambiguous about what the deadline might be. It is not clear when such a deadline is, or even if there is one. An Israeli military spokesperson said yesterday, I think it was something like, we understand that it'll take several days. So it's really been like intentional ambiguity from the Israeli government on this.
Now you're one of us. Changed your name, didn't you? What did you used to be?
Another thing to remember is Hamas has known they're coming. So I'm sure Hamas is prepared for some invasion, however they do that. Not like Hamas doesn't know it's going to happen. I will say, I want to point out, I had said this before, I've been saying this all week. I've been saying I do wonder if Israel will undertake some operation to get the hostages. Like if they knew where they were, I don't know that Israel knows where hostages are, but if Israel knew where a hostage was, would they try to have special forces go in before the big ground incursion? I don't know, but that's something to keep an eye out for too. I mean, it could have happened overnight, like we don't know, you know. So
they'll never know now. Are they going to excavate the tunnels? Dude, remember when everybody when we were kids would do this retarded thing on their chest? Dude.
Just saw a flash on the right side of the screen.
Played out in elementary school. People. AKA the Riri, I don't know what it's called, maneuver. What is it though?
$5:22 a.m. local time, 5:22. Not long now before it starts getting light out. We will see much more from the camera when it's light out. Singing slash chanting ended, sounds like. Again, I really don't have, there has not been like big updates overnight, no big announcements. People kind of are just waiting to see what happens. In an hour and 7 minutes, it'll be 1 week exactly since the attack started. The attack was last week starting around 6:30 a.m. If I have that right. I believe it was 6:30 a.m. I do not know when Israeli Defense Forces are going live on Twitter. They already went live on Facebook. It was not that big of an update. It was not, I didn't really get anything like big out of it. Nothing big and new. I'm not replaying it right now.
Oh. Damn, what it, really? You're just gonna...
Focusing on the live shot.
Damn, this guy's went full on free streamer mode. He says, I don't know, man. Like, he's changing up everything. I wonder if he's gonna always do it like this now. Is he gonna turn into mainstream?
Had some periods.
He's gonna turn into mainstream media, dude.
Some periods like this where it's just kind of quiet.
But he doesn't allow conspiracy theories or any of that shit, dude. He shuts all that down, dude. How weird. I liked him before because he would constantly be researching some shit.
Jerusalem Post writes, Israeli Defense Forces nab 2 senior Hamas operatives in Nablus. I believe Nablus is in the West Bank. Yes.
Why is it as if he's out of his, like, something? Ah. He's out of bagels. Give me some cream cheese, baby. Maybe Philadelphia.
There are some reports suggesting that Israel's going to cut off the internet, but that is not confirmed. That the internet in Gaza, that would be it. That is not confirmed that they're going to cut it off.
They got the fucking better not. They cut the internet off. I'm gonna become a fucking Gaza fighter.
NetBlocks posted 10 hours ago.
Go out there,
local media claim Israel plans to halt remaining
To
internet
the cause.
services in Gaza at midnight.
I'm on a
The
list
internet
now,
has been,
by the way,
getting
for
worse and
y'all,
worse there
for your entertainment.
in the last week. Thank you, by the way, to Ben Foster, S. Singh, Razai Yaku. Oh, Razai Yaku says those lights are a hospital, Shifa. I don't know that that's true. Our viewer thinks the lights at one of those buildings is a hospital that was told to evacuate. Maybe that's true, I'm not sure. It would make sense that they have power. Thank you, Razayaku. Also, S. Mary Demner, thank you. Dave Long, 334 Records, Jeff Manji, Lenny Collard, Jerry Kovacs, Bree R., and Joseph Fiorentino. I have no idea if Hezbollah will enter the conflict. As for Iran, I don't think Iran would directly it would have to get a lot. For Iran to directly enter a conflict with Israel, this would be just really, really very intense, and that would mean the thing is very widely spreading. But it's more likely that Hezbollah, which is supported by Iran, would enter the conflict as a proxy for Iran. But I don't know. I don't know the likeliness of them getting in or not. Do not know. Thanks to Flaps 15, Simp Daddy Kane on Simp Daddy Kane on Twitch, Race Pack 1, 3D Printer Decks, Cthulhu Cultist Tim, C-Cut Phanum. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Thanks Juan de los Santos for the Facebook stars. Thanks also to Linda Dundee and Ryan Durham. Sorry, Bryn Durham. Linda Dundor and Bryn Durham for the Facebook stars.
Hey, thanks again, Bubba.
Thanks to
you're awesome.
Hang on a second here. Louisa Green for subscribing over there on Facebook. Christina and Margaret Riley, Kay Larry Body, and others.
I gotta go rest my eyes out, dude.
Thanks to our Twitch subscribers, just to name a few of them: 3D Printer Decks, Lunarit, Mudmore, Flaps 15, Casper Actual, Shaggy, SBAMG, George Laren DK, Wall Street, Blue Pip. Thanks to all of our other subscribers on Twitch as well and Facebook, and also thanks to our YouTube members. I very much appreciate your support for the channel. YouTube members, people like Simca, Strange Reverend, Tara TJ, Susie May, Chris Scheit, Kitty Wap, Briar, Kristen Gallo, Ethereal Planet, Marshmallow, Headcrab, Jeff Manji, Neeby, Janet Wombold, Sweetat, Gary Eckert, Laney Collard, Sammy G, Cheryl Sips and Deborah Hennessy, Aaron Gobra, Damon A. Thanks to all of our members over there on YouTube, Trixie and JDog2, and thanks Ashley, Nathan, and App Strategist X, and JH. Guys, it's 5:31 a.m. It's 5:31 a.m. Remember, Doctors Without Borders said that they had been given till 6 a.m. to evacuate a hospital. It is 5:31 a.m. It's going to get light soon. Sun comes up in a little over an hour, but it'll start getting light before that. Sounds like a plane coming. Remember, 1,300 people were killed in this attack in Israel. 1,300. For people there, when you're trying to figure out how Israel will respond, I think it's important to remember the nature of the attack. So, whatever you think of that response, I have to imagine it's going to be a very large-scale response, and everything that the Israeli government and military has been saying suggests it's going to be a very big operation. Long operation. The word gruesome was used by the military. Challenging. But everything suggests it's going to be a major, major response. Firejax wrote to me and said what I said about a half an hour ago, wondering if they will start at the same time Hamas attacked last week. That was around 6:30. Yeah, I said I don't know if Israel really cares about that, honestly. My guess is that's not the foremost concern of theirs when planning this, but you never know. John Turpin, our viewer, thinks Israel is playing things close to their chests so as to not give away anything that could be used to counter their plans. I haven't even heard like leaks. I saw one story today in Politico which said like a couple of people, I don't know if it was U.S. officials or something, say the attack is imminent. But then if you actually read the article, it said a couple officials said the attack is expected in hours or days. And I was like, well, that doesn't really tell us much. So it's not like I've heard leaks saying like, oh, this is when we think it's going to happen, for the most part. But again, everything coming from the Israeli government and military suggests it's going to be a big operation. And I think that's what you would expect from Israel, given the nature of the attack. This was an attack in which 1,500 armed gunmen stormed into Israel. 1,500. I'm guessing Israel thinks that part of what they need to do is, and I've seen experts say this, but I'm guessing Israel thinks part of what they need to do is establish deterrence. That they need to send a message to others who might want to attack them. That's what I'm guessing. There might have been governmental representatives who said that, and I just don't remember it. Randy says the airstrikes seem to have slowed. Yeah, they've been off and on.
Shut up.
On the air.
Listen to the rooster. Where'd he go? Where did he go, man? I just want to hang with the rooster for a second. Just have deep thoughts. Just do the rooster. Too late for that. That's that shit in my eye. I rinsed them out. This is making me sleepy, dude. You know, Simon's laying on my lap too. Going to sleep. I know I've got to take a short nap before the sun gets up. Got like an hour. I got to Simon's medicine. I can take an hour breather. I'll be back. These roosters are gonna make me fucking knock out if I just stay here. This will be. I'll put this in the fridge. Simon, come on, let's go take that, buddy. Oh. I'll be back. Love y'all. Hold it down for me. Make sure everybody stays like behaving. Misbehaving around here. That goes for you too, Twitch. Rumble, they're gonna do what they do. Provo, I don't think anybody's there. Right by. Love y'all. See you in a bit.
because of you, a lot of people are dead.
Meow.
This is the United States of America, damn it.
orders is not following.